The
Yes.
Verizon, it's like the Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now?
What about me? Do you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
It's clear from. So the connection is good. So as well as the weather and many things. You can just let people in because I'm getting some demanding people, passionate people asking for permission to join the meeting. Okay, that's great. Okay.
Just give us the sign and we'll be ready. So I heard you're coming to visit us, Dr. Igor.
I'm considering, yes. I was very fortunate. I was invited to be at the
University Hassan II.
Yeah. There's a conference on psychotherapy, a World Congress on psychotherapy, and I'm not a psychotherapist, so I will be an oddity there. They want me. Well, there's one symposium on wisdom in clinical.
Yes, I saw your name from the delegates. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I will be there. But I thought, if I'm already there, it's my first time in Morocco. I'm really looking forward to the visit.
Trust me,
it will be exciting for your anthropologist side, I suppose. So it's your first experience, and discovering the Moroccan culture will be exceptional. I suppose that it will be very exciting for you.
I hope so. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it.
We have a lot of cultural diversity. It means that you, for sure, are going to discover new things and new interesting things which are going to challenge both your scientific and your personal side. Things which are going to challenge both your scientific and your personal.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know much, but I actually never been to Africa, North Africa, for that matter. So. That's also like an interesting, very different, of course, experience.
I'm quite representative of the whole African culture. It means that we have a lot of diversity inside. So we are going to discover the Arabic, the Muslim, the African, the pure African side. So Moroccan is the best place to start discovering Africa in general.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not I'm sure there is much more to it, but I'm looking forward to it. And it's incredible. Like, I mean, I just looked up that the geographical diversity in Morocco is just incredible. That you have both the mountains and the Mediterranean and the desert and agriculture to some extent. Yeah,
the plains and whatever you imagine as ecosystem.
Yeah.
We have 9 attendees. Yes, it's okay. And among many others. Absamad, we are just waiting for your sign. It's your signal to. Amin, floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to Flourish Talks, a series of webinars that explores the connection between science and everyday life by inviting scientists, professionals, and experts in the field. My name is Professor Zanjari Amin, and I'm going to be your host along with Dr. Saifullah, the founder of Human Flourishing Engineer Institute. Surely time has changed, so has the study of wisdom. For thousands of years, philosophers and theologians have been telling us and trying to open our eyes to what's really important. Trouble is, wisdom isn't easy to find, but maybe isn't always been there, and we have to start thinking about wisdom in a different way. Who better to study the nature of wisdom than scientists, as they've just begun to do in the last few decades? In that matter, today, Flourish Talks is about to shed some light on this highly interesting topic, practical wisdom, and human flourishing. I will join my voice tonight to many of you by asking, which kind of wisdom do people need to master in order to flourish in a harsh, chaotic world? What is the nature of wisdom, and what can do science tell us about its nature and components? To answer this question and more, please welcome our special guest, Dr. Igor Grossman. So before to give him to talk. He is a leading scientific authority. Dr. Grossman studies people and cultures, sometimes together and often cross times. He is associate professor of psychology at University of Waterloo, Canada, where he directs the Wisdom and Culture Lab. As a cognitive social scientist, Dr. Grossman has been working on demystifying what makes up a wise judgment in the context of revolving social and cultural changes. His chief work aims to uncover misconceptions about wisdoms and social change and identify cultural and psychological processes that enable people to think and act wisely. And actually, Dr. Igor Grossman also co-hosts the broadcast or the Wisdom broadcast. Welcome, Dr. Igor. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Did we miss anything about your biography? Can you tell us more about it? And of course, your talk will start with answering the question that I asked in my introduction about.
Well, I welcome any questions about my bio, but I don't think I should be at the center if we are talking about wisdom, which is obviously not about me at all. It's more about a topic that has been around, as you pointed out, for many centuries. And I guess for me, it's pressing, as for many other people, because my home country is currently being invaded by another part of my identity. I'm partly Russian, and I'm partly Ukrainian. And over the course of the last 3/4 of a year, I was trying to figure out how to reconcile inside myself different identities and what kind of wisdom I need to even come to terms with whom I am right now, which is quite an interesting journey, but we can talk about it afterwards.
What you can tell us about wisdom? What science can tell us about wisdom, Dr. Igor?
Science, well, it depends what kind of science. We can certainly learn about wisdom from the perspectives of philosophy. We can learn about wisdom from the perspectives of sort of narratives that our parents and grandparents provide, or that literary scholars are providing, where we immerse ourselves in the stories of others and hopefully reflect on things from different perspectives that we would otherwise. Science can also, but those are to some extent also parts of science. Empirical science, which is what I am doing, namely sort of quantitative approach to social sciences, computational social sciences, can tell us about how we could potentially go about measuring it in humans, and how can we identify contexts, situations under which wisdom or those characteristics that through centuries philosophers, be it in the Middle East, in the Arab world, in Europe, in ancient China, or in India, talked about when they talked about wisdom. There's quite a bit of convergence. And what empirical science, psychological science in particular, can tell us is, well, under what circumstances are you more likely potentially to show or express those characteristics? Under what circumstances are they inhibited? What prevents people from flourishing in their cognitive capacities, in their emotion regulatory capacities? What prevents them from working together towards some kind of a common shared goal, understanding of the world as a place where we can all be able to live, instead of fighting with each other, instead of trying to bicker and to resolve our disagreements in a hostile manner? So those are the big questions that the science of wisdom tries to address. Now, does it address the question, what is wisdom? Well, that depends on whom you ask. And it also depends on how you define wisdom in the first place. Are you talking about it from this narrative perspective? Are you talking about it from the perspective of some kind of consensus across philosophical traditions? But I think we made some progress in the last 20 years, and I would be more than happy to discuss with you during this presentation today.
Dr. Saif, we cannot hear you.
So I'm waiting for the big part, the big chunk of the of the speech. So you can go on talking about your vision, Doctor, about how science can help us understand the nature and the component of wisdom.
Sure. So I prepared a little presentation. So maybe we can do it this way. I will present a few things,
That would be great.
And then we can discuss them, because I think it's a complex topic, and it's not something that I can provide in one paragraph, sort of like a definition of that. Let's see if this will work. I need to see how my slides will. Hold on 1 second. I need to change. Okay. Right. And now 1 second. I have to select. I don't think I have the permission. Oh no, I do have a permission to share my screen. No, I don't have a permission to share my screen.
Mr. Abd-Samad, our technical support, can you just give Dr. Grossman the permission to share his screen?
Yeah, now I do. Okay, great.
You do. So go on.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So the topic of this meeting is about wisdom and human flourishing. And as I already pointed out, one of the key things to consider are the various societal issues of today. I mean, like, the reason why I'm interested in wisdom is because there are various uncertainties, be it wars in my home country, or the climate change that we discussed a little bit earlier, that wreaks havoc around the world and creates all sorts of issues, including immigration and the consequences of a great migration patterns that have already started and will probably continue, if not become even more accelerated. Because of the climate change. And of course, we also have the pandemic. Some of us tried to forget that there was such a thing as a pandemic, because it has been such a horrible experience for so many people, and continues to be in many parts of the world, including in China with the lockdowns right now. But those type of things together, what do they have in common? One thing that you can consider what they have in common is that there's a great deal of uncertainty around them. And this uncertainty has both the dimension of unpredictability, of course, but it also has the dimension of there being different moral standards in conflict with each other. And sort of the COVID-19 pandemic has a good example of that, where in various societies, in different groups, even within the same country, you would have very different perspectives of how you should be handling the pandemic. And countries and groups have handled it very differently. Some have, for instance, pursued this idea of freedoms, and that you should express you should do what is right for you and for your family, protect your family. On the other hand, others potentially try to protect the most vulnerable in the society and focus on the big picture about the whole collective instead of the single individual. So maybe you will not get sick, but if you don't do this or that, if you don't stay at home, if you don't get vaccinated, if you don't wear a mask, then the chances of societal level risk increases, and that's the cost. And so there's like individual versus societal standards that are clashing with each other, different moral standards that are clashing with each other. And the question, of course, is how do you solve this? And this is the type of uncertainty that's been around, of course, for many centuries. It's not something new. We had pandemics before. We had those discussions before, including in the 20th century during the time of the Spanish flu. And there were a lot of protests back then as well. But we tend to forget. Now, what kind of approach, how would you solve this type of uncertainty? How would you go about navigating the dilemmas involved in figuring out the right thing to do under complex intergroup or interpersonal circumstances? One thing that we know from the psychological research, and this addresses the question what wisdom is potentially not, is that merely having more intelligence or greater cognitive abilities, which is how intelligence is typically defined, is not enough. Because smart people can be as biased as less smart people. In fact, if you're smarter, you may be more likely to succumb to so-called confirmation bias, where you would be generating a lot of alternatives, and you're really smart, you're really easy for you to do. And then you convince others that you're right, even though you may be totally wrong. And you will convince yourself that because you generate a lot of alternative reasons why you may be right, that you're right. I mean, the reasons may all be nonsensical, but you will just showcase your intellectual brilliance and not necessarily get closer to the truth. Okay, so maybe not intelligence. Some people claim that we just need the rational world. If we just were rational, if we were just to calculate it in terms of what's benefiting the common good and take this kind of long-term perspective, then all these problems will disappear. But this also makes a certain assumption, which is very odd. Namely, it assumes that you would know what the optimal solution or the optimal utility in a given situation is, including in the long term. You would say, well, survival of the most people is better than living in a way that everybody will benefit something now, but in the long term, you will not necessarily see the survival of the human race. All those type of questions, which are very, very fascinating, miss one big picture idea, namely that we're dealing inherently with ill-defined complex problems for which there are no clear-cut solutions. There are no clear-cut rules what is the optimal utility. And the other issue with rationality, which is a concept that economists and political scientists love, and a lot of governmental officials, be it in Morocco or in Europe or in Asia or in North America, like to sort of like show that they are highly rational, is that whenever they mention it, the economists, they assume that there's this inherent axiom of self-interest, that all people are self-interested. And that may be to a certain extent true, but it's also true that in most circumstances, people are willing to go beyond their self-interest to pursue some other goals or moral standards or parts of their identity. Otherwise, there would be no terrorists, no kamikaze pilots, or other people who do something in spite of it hurting themselves. Okay, so maybe rationality is also not enough. And so there are also claims that we just need to bring more morals to the people. I hear that a lot among the conservatives in North America. And that's like maybe an admirable goal, you know, like we just need, like the current generation, they're just so amoral. They don't have any moral standards. They just do whatever. But how do you bring, I mean, okay, fine. Yeah, let's bring in morality, but how do you bring in morals into the discussion? How do you make people be more sensitive to moral standards in the first place? It's a big question. It's been around for centuries. And the answer to this question is complicated. And the reason it's complicated is because under many circumstances, abstract morals need to allow you to figure out how to apply them to a given situation. Because be good, don't kill, don't cheat, be honest, be humble. Those are the standards that are in many religious texts around the world. But how exactly to be it? And under what circumstances is it okay not to tell your friend that, you know, no, you actually don't look that pretty today, or no, actually you are not the best candidate, and that's why you didn't get the job. I mean, you don't want to tell the truth sometimes. Does that mean that you violate your moral standards? Sometimes moral virtues are in conflict with each other. Consider that scenario concerning COVID. You have personal freedoms, which is importance of personal freedoms and moral concern, but also the civic concern of protecting of others. And when they're clashing, just bringing in more morals doesn't really solve the issue. So classically, to answer this question in philosophy, and more recently in psychology, we would go back to somebody like Aristotle, or then the iterations of Aristotelian thinking, either in the Arab writing philosophy or in the neoclassic, neo-Aristotelian philosophy, where the ideas would be that you need wisdom. And by wisdom, Aristotle and those who followed him defined a particular form of meta-virtue, or psychologists would call it a form of metacognition, a control mechanism that allows you to adjudicate, to figure out how to apply a particular virtue, particular standard to a given situation at hand. Because different situations may call for different things, and you need to know how to discern what the features of a given situation are. Well, that's sort of like the Aristotelian idea. And let me clarify, by the way, that I'm a psychologist. And as a psychologist, I don't really deal with big picture questions about what is the right way to live a good life. Because sometimes when I'm asked about wisdom, people assume that I will be talking about this kind of abstract cultural ideals. I'm too much of a relativist to really go into that. One part of me is studying wisdom. The other part of me is studying cultural diversity and how our societies and cultures make up our human minds. And from that perspective, it seems silly to assume that there is a single set of cultural ideals that would be defining what good life is, because that obviously varies quite a bit from one society to the next. So I'm not that interested in that. I'm also not a philosopher who's trained in be able to address that question. I'm also not looking at wisdom in terms of the post hoc outcomes. Why do I say post hoc? Because after things happen, after the fact, it's very easy to say that was the wise thing to do. In some ways, this is like the quote that is often attributed to Churchill, namely that the winners dictate what's history. Like after something happened, if you especially if you have the power to create a particular narrative, you can always say who is wise and who is less wise, and what was the right thing to do. But a priori, before it happened, it's very difficult. So I have very big problems with somebody saying like, well, this is wise and this is not wise, because that always varies by situation. And because of that, as a psychologist, an empirical scientist, I'm neither interested in outcomes when I define wisdom, nor I'm interested in some kind of abstract standards, even though I totally agree that they're very important and you need a form of morality. I'll get to that in a second. But instead of that, I'm focusing on the how, sort of the middle range psychological explanations about how do you navigate, how do you judge what to do in a difficult life situation, be it interpersonal matter, social matter, societal matter, or maybe even your identity. We talked about earlier that, for instance, I have clashes of, am I Russian? Am I Ukrainian? Am I German? Am I Canadian? Am I American because my partner is American? How do you reconcile different parts of my identity, especially in the moment of conflict? So those are complex questions requiring complex processes. And now I told you what wisdom is not, but I didn't tell you yet what wisdom is. And in fact, I don't even want to give you an answer that would be just my answer, because I find it preposterous that this young guy in his, I just turned 40, would be able to know and provide you an answer what wisdom is. There are 1,000 years old philosophical traditions, and there are many other scientists who talked about it. So instead of that, I'll do a workaround. And when I'm asked about the question, what is the scientific definition of wisdom? I say, well, let's first do some science. And the first step is to clarify what we mean by wisdom in the scientific field, because in the social sciences in particular, and this is not only true for wisdom, but also for many other disciplines, there's quite a bit of confusion, and people use different language to mean different things. For instance, if you take the term flourish, it can mean very different things to different people. And if you don't get to an agreement, you may not be able to advance scientifically, because different people will be talking about different things. In some ways, it's like this Tower of Babel, where, the reason it collapses in this biblical story is because people can't really find a way to cooperate with each other, and they start arguing and so on. But it's really problematic in psychology, I think, and social sciences beyond psychology, where we have a lot of abstract concepts, and they require a lingua franca to be able to get to a common language, to a common understanding. But we don't have that. Instead of that, we often sort of prefer our own theorizing, sort of like terms like empathy or humility or mindfulness, or even the rationality that I mentioned earlier, can mean many, many different things. And the scientific term, by the way, for what I'm describing are so-called jingle and jangle fallacies, where one term can describe many things that are quite different from each other, or different terms are used to actually mean the same thing. And you use that often to just advance your pet theory and promote yourself. I found that's a very complicated and challenging sociological process that hinders scientific progress. So one thing that I did at some point, and this is my sort of first attempt to define wisdom, that is not by providing a definition that is my definition, is to bring in scientists from around the world, including all key players in scientific research on wisdom, for a day-long meeting together. And it happened that due to a terrorist attack in Sri Lanka, a conference that I was organizing there, the Pan-Asian Summit on Wisdom, was canceled. And suddenly I had so much free time, because instead of going to Sri Lanka and preparing a meeting there, I was stuck back in Toronto at home. And it just happened that a few other people were also in Toronto. So I thought, like, why don't we come together and then bring in virtually others? And so we brought in people from China, from the United States, Germany, from different parts of the world. In addition to that, also surveyed over 50 academic groups about their conceptual and working definitions of wisdom. And so I expected a lot of disagreement between scientists about what they mean by wisdom, because there are a lot of different theories, and often people just prefer their theory, and then they don't cite everybody else, or they just reiterate their theory, casting it in new light every decade because they want more citations for their work, which is how academia unfortunately works. But I was wrong. I was wrong in thinking that there will be a huge disagreement. I mean, there's disagreement in terms of the labels, but when you actually look at the content, there is a very clear convergence on a set of things. So here's what you see on the right, the working definitions of wisdom and research, what kind of elements are mentioned, psychological elements are mentioned. And you see there's like prosociality and balancing, different perspective taking, considering different contexts, self-transcendence, going beyond yourself. Then you see this epistemic or intellectual humility, so recognizing that the knowledge is limited, that you have your recognizing your sense of fallibility. You see sort of like deep insight, uncertainty management. And those are features that I would describe as, except for the first one, as metacognitive, because they're about regulating your thoughts and emotions and motives, the goals in your life. Those are the key ingredients to human flourishing, I would say, and interpersonal well-being as well. And then you have the other features, the other set of features, and those involving prosocial tendencies, moral disposition. Sympathy is kind of in between. It's both has a metacognitive component because it is involving perspective taking, but it obviously is also oriented in a prosocial manner towards other people, attuned towards other people. And so those are the two features, this kind of metacognitive and moral, that seem to be emerging again and again. And I find that surprising. But that was the state of affairs. And by the way, why is metacognition so central? And what is actually metacognition? Let me elaborate a little bit in case it's not clear, because it's kind of a complicated term and it can mean different things. Here's an example from a paper my group wrote this year about one particular aspect of wisdom that is currently probably on everybody's minds, given the polarization and intergroup conflicts and so on, namely intellectual humility. It's like the lack of it is on people's minds, I think, including, we talk about social media. Twitter takeover by Elon Musk is not necessarily a paragon of intellectual humility. But what is intellectual humility? When you think about this term, recognizing limits of your knowledge, you can think about it in terms of the social features, valuing other people's beliefs, expressing it, like that you actually don't necessarily only insist on your opinion, in your behavior, in your emotions. But really at the core is this insight that your knowledge is limited and that you may be fallible, that whatever I'm saying right now may not be the ultimate truth, that there is more to it than just this little presentation, that there's more to my research findings, that whatever I will be presenting in a given moment, and whatever I'm doing next may be actually revising them and I will be updating them. That's a fundamental insight for any scientist, that our knowledge is limited and it's constantly up to updating. But it's also at the core a metacognitive component, and that's what I mean by metacognition, that you actually need at the core this metacognitive capacities to be able to regulate your thoughts, to regulate your emotions, to regulate your feelings. In that meeting in Toronto in 2019, where we got together, we ended up discussing how could the morals and the metacognitive fit together, and what else is needed. And we issued basically a position paper that was then published subsequently in the next year in Psychological Inquiry. I'm sorry. And in this position paper, we outlined a few principles. And I would like to spend maybe 5 to 10 minutes reflecting on them. These principles are directly relevant to the idea of human flourishing. So what did we postulate there? We said that, and it's not just my perspective, pretty much all key players in wisdom research, in the scientific research on wisdom, have either been co-authors on this paper and co-wrote it with me, or they provided feedback on it and either disagreed with it or misunderstood it or agreed with some parts of it but not with others. But that's exactly what science is supposed to be about, where we disagree a little bit and try to find common ground. So I encourage you all to check it out, including the commentaries. But so what did we propose? We proposed that central for an empirically plausible construct of wisdom, empirically plausible, the one that you can measure, is the focus on metacognition. Or I also call it wise reasoning sometimes, even though it's not really reasoning per se, but it's like reasoning about reasoning, including such things as balancing of different viewpoints, epistemic humility or intellectual humility, adaptability and sensitivity to how contexts change over time, and consideration of different perspectives. We also postulated that these features, they are working in conjunction with moral aspirations. So it's not sufficient to just be highly intellectually, metacognitively aware. You cannot just have those features without the morals. For the psychological construct of wisdom, you kind of need both a little bit. And finally, we postulated that there's a great role of context. So it's not just in the person. So in the Western tradition, you often associate wisdom with the owl, like the bird. That's why this looks like this picture looks a little bit like an owl. But it would be foolish to attribute wisdom to just an agent itself. because a lot of what makes up wisdom is in the situation. It's not necessarily in the person. You carry some wisdom with you from one situation to the next, but the situations that you find yourself in are sometimes so important, so profound in eliciting reaction that under some circumstances would lead to wisdom, under other circumstances would not lead to wisdom. It's like the teams, it's the context, it's the culture, it's the experiences that sometimes make up a wise judgment, and other times do not. So that's another feature that we then decided to harness. Now, why did we focus on this metacognitive component? There we speculated that, and the speculation was partially supported by empirical evidence and partially requires further empirical evidence, that on the one hand, without the metacognition, you can't really implement those moral abstract concepts. As I mentioned earlier, that if you just want more morals in the world to solve the problems, you also need to know when to apply them. And that's precisely what metacognition is for, to discerning how to navigate one situation, how to apply, what kind of moral principle to apply. The other reason is in many traditions, the wisdom is so intimately linked with the idea of seeing through illusions and self-deception. It's almost so easy to deceive ourselves and live in some kind of a fairy tale world. Many people during the COVID, I think you probably noticed or know a friend or two who were thinking that things will turn out differently or were living in a fairy tale world. And in many traditions, the concept of wisdom is about knowing yourself, actually, cutting through this self-deception. Now, the metacognitive features I just described, they do help you with that. And we have some evidence to this, where under some circumstances, recognizing limits of your knowledge, looking at things from different perspectives can be one way to see through illusions that the world and misinformation is imparting on us. There is quite a bit of research, for instance, that those people who are more intellectually humble are not as susceptible to misinformation as others. And finally, an evolutionary argument, if you like evolutionary arguments from evolutionary biology and biology in general, is that in order to survive in a hostile environment, the species requires coordination within a group. The species also requires some foraging for the purposes of long-term planning. And how can you do that? Well, coordination requires perspective taking, requires recognition that your perspective is different from others. Psychologists describe this as a theory of mind. Long-term planning requires thinking about how the current situation will be different from the future situation, which is another context under which you need those metacognitive components. You need to recognize how things will change, generate different alternative visions for the future, recognize how your vision for the future may be different from others. And again, like there's some evidence that indeed perspective taking may be involved and helps in agent-based modeling studies for survival. Okay, so that's like the model. And I just want to briefly say like what kind of support we have, and then we'll open for questions maybe. One type of support for this model is that, as I already mentioned, that it affords implementation of moral concepts and assists in survival-oriented coordination of long-term planning. Well, we have a number of studies now showing that, for instance, if you are more likely to engage in these metacognitive features that we outlined in the common wisdom model, you're more likely to work towards adaptive conflict resolution strategies. You are more likely to report interpersonal and personal well-being. You're more likely to seek cooperation, as in this Nature Human Behavior paper, in so-called public goods games. You're also more likely to work against political polarization. So over the course of the last 4 election cycles. Actually, I've done it for a long time. Every time there was an election in the United States, we had a set of studies over the course of the last decade looking at how reasoning and reflecting on it, how engaging in this metacognitive processes may be related to your attitudes towards the outgroup member, those who don't share your political views. And we find again and again that in all of those sort of situations, the more open-minded you are, the more likely you are to recognize limits of your knowledge, consider different perspectives, the less likely you are to view outgroup members as hostile, the more likely you're to willing to engage with them, including sort of maybe joining some discussion group on a shared topic. And here in particular, the new paper by my former student, Justin Brienza, is very, very useful, where he shows that in various contexts, including in Hong Kong, in North America, and for different type of polarizing political issues. I will not go into detail. This is just, by the way, Justin, in case you want a better picture of him, and my dear friend Ramona from Waterloo, where in this paper, we find that the more likely you're to engage in this kind of wise deliberation, engage in this metacognitive processes, the more likely you are to contribute towards the common good in a sort of a public good dilemma. And the idea here is that you have a game, it's an economic game, where you can either share with others, and then it will be doubled and split among everybody equally, or you can just forego and hope that others will share, and you will still receive something, but you don't have to contribute. You just can be selfish. So economists would say you should not share anything, especially if you don't know those people and you never see them again. Why should you be sharing with them? People do share sometimes. And what we find is that wiser people are more likely to share. And they are more likely to share the more time they spend thinking about it, which is quite fascinating. Whereas the less wise people, those who don't engage in this metacognitive process, the more time they spend thinking about it, the more like free riders they become. The less likely they are to cooperate. And that's just like the evidence for that, but I will just skip that. The other thing that, for instance, we find, this is in Europe now, in 9 EU countries, we look at these metacognitive processes. This was done over the pandemic. A whole range of measures of pro-social behavior, be it donations for a climate card, a green energy, donation behaviors, the actual behavior in donating. How much did you donate? Whether you are following sort of COVID rules and were willing to protect others by wearing a mask and so on. Blood donations, volunteering work, in joining environmental groups. And throughout all of those, we find that the more people are engaging in metacognitive process in their daily life, outside of the context, this is like reflecting on their personal problems in a wiser manner, the more likely they are to various markers of prosociality. And by the way, this is true in most European countries, except for Eastern Europe. So there is some cultural variability, but as you can see, for Western Europe and for Northern Europe, you have this effect. In Slovenia and Poland, the effect is closer to zero. So there's quite a bit of variability. Okay, so that's one piece about the role of sort of like wisdom and metacognitive process for prosociality. There is a close connection between the morals on the one hand, especially prosocial, and the metacognitive on the other hand. I'll skip another section that is interesting, but maybe not so interesting for this particular audience. And instead of that, I want to emphasize this other bit before we stop, because it has very profound implications for what can we do with this scientific knowledge. And this next bit that I would like to talk about concerns the role of context. Context matters. It matters in various ways. For instance, we find that in some of the earlier work that I have done, that if you just look at different countries, you see quite substantial differences. Like Japanese are much more likely to engage in those metacognitive processes than Americans. if you ask them to reflect on interpersonal conflicts, intergroup conflict, they're spontaneously more likely to say, well, actually, I have no idea about this. I need to know more about it. But they're also spontaneously more likely to consider different perspectives on it. So there are cultural differences. And then the question, of course, becomes, where do they come from? What could be the reasons for that? Is it schooling? Is it the education? Is it the emphasis of the self-esteem and that you are the leader and the best, as Americans tend to do, in contrast to Japanese, emphasizing kind of forms of humility and perspective taking? Excuse me. We also know that within, for instance, the United States, when we look at different groups of people, like those of low socioeconomic status and higher socioeconomic status, we also see some substantial differences. And what's really remarkable is that normally on measures of abstract intelligence, the more educated people would be more likely to score higher than less educated people. Those who have more money, who went to school, who had more resources, usually have higher IQ. Well, for all sorts of reasons, including IQ is trainable, but also self-selection, who is going into having education, if this is how you define white collar or standing versus not. But here we find the reversal. And the idea here is very, very interesting. This is even controlling for standardized measures of intelligence. In the United States, like in many other parts of the world, that doesn't have a strong social support, a social safety net. Low SES individuals live in a very precarious situation. They don't have health insurance. They don't have secure employment. They don't know what the next moment will bring potentially because of the constant worry about money. Under those circumstances, you'll get into this kind of survival mode, and you need to coordinate with others. You need to cooperate with others. You're also much more aware of uncertainty that day-to-day life brings with it. And so in the context where this kind of coordination matters, namely interpersonal context, you would potentially, under some circumstances, more likely to engage in those metacognitive processes, including those that make you more aware of the uncertainty, make you more vigilant about to pay attention to the context. Whereas for middle-class America, that's not necessarily the thing. They have their big SUVs, their suburban homes. They planned for their kid even before they were born because it's so expensive to send your child to school in the United States. And for them, everything is going on a particular trajectory. And don't you deviate from this trajectory. They can't even handle the concept of uncertainty. So they certainly would not think about it. At least those are the findings. So we do find differences, but only in a particular domain, namely the interpersonal domain. When it then goes to another domain where it's not important ecologically, namely intergroup conflicts, no difference between blue-collar and white-collar Americans. So that's about the sort of like more stable experiential features of the context. But context, I'm a social psychologist, so I study how social contexts change. And I'm also an experimental psychologist, so I like to manipulate social context. And so one thing that I've done when I started working on this was I started doing experiments on wisdom. And here the story came, the inspiration came from King Solomon, who was a wise king in the Bible. The story about how he suggested to cut the baby in half is known in various traditions, Abrahamic traditions. But what's really interesting about Solomon is, like, despite being this wise king of the Jewish kingdom, and everybody came to him for advice, and he was like very knowledgeable and so forth, he's also really has a personal trauma because he is incapable of controlling himself when it comes to bragging about how wealthy his kingdom is, controlling himself when it comes to how many pagan wives he should have. He had like over 300 wives, which may sound great, but it keeps you very busy, I think. And also they were all preaching to their own gods, and he's also the chief priest of the Jewish kingdom, so there's like a little bit of a conflict right there. And he didn't spend much time, clearly, because he didn't have, he was constantly enamored by somebody or showing how wonderful his kingdom is and how many riches he has. It's a very small kingdom, right? Like at that moment. And showing off is not necessarily a good thing. You can be conquered. But he also didn't spend much time on his son. And so when his son became the king, it's like the kingdom very quickly disintegrated. So you have this conflict. On the one hand, he shows great wisdom when people come to him. It's like this kind of a story, an anecdote that we all probably know. We all know this uncle or aunt who is so wise, and everybody goes to them for advice. But then their own life, you look at it, it's like, oh, it's not doing really well. I mean, there's this conflict. But so we know those stories. I decided to test this formally. And so I invite people into the lab, and this is done in North America. People in a monogamous relationship come to you, and then something happens, and you learn that one of the partners breached the trust of the other partner. In North American context, one situation that worked was talk about infidelity, but we also tried other situations later. And what we see, what we do here is very interesting. In one condition, it's either about you, and another condition, it's about somebody else. Your close friend comes to you and tells you about the story, and then you have to think about what will happen next and whether they should be compromising and so on and so forth. And so we look at the metacognitive features, we look at the limits of knowledge, compromise, considering different perspectives, how many different ways do you think the situation will unfold and change. And when it comes to your personal story, you're much less likely to engage in those. When you think about a personal story involving infidelity in North America, even though you've been in a stable romantic relationship for so long, it's all people in a monogamous relationship, they would say right away, break up. That's it. That's it. But if it comes to a friend, it's like, oh, wait a second. Maybe there are different ways how the situation may unfold. Well, let's find out what actually happened. And so this type of situation and this type of change and asymmetry in magnitude of wisdom, if you want, in the personal and the non-personal context, is something that we have replicated again and again in very different situations. And inside my lab, but also other labs have replicated it. And so the question, of course, becomes like, what exactly is happening here? Because if you know what's happening here, maybe we can change it. Maybe we can help people flourish. Maybe we can help people be wiser in their personal life. Because ultimately, there are many situations in which you cannot just say, well, can I be a friend? Because sometimes you have to make the decisions by yourself. That's literally what most of being an adult is about. And so we thought maybe one thing that can happen is to take a more cognitive perspective on this. And what happens when you're a friend? Well, what happens when it's your story? And what's the difference between those two? When it's your story, you often sort of zero in. You see this other person, then the vision narrows. You don't see anything else outside of this very narrow vision. You react spontaneously without much deliberation. You miss all the context and you're sort of very emotional. But when it comes to a friend, take a step back. Well, you see yourself and you see that you potentially also, you see that this friend also may have provoked the other person. That's what leads to this conflict in the first place. Now, so that makes perfect sense, of course. But what's really interesting is that this type of difference in the vantage point that you take, first person versus third person, is also something that you can do about yourself. I mean, I can become my own friend in the sense that I can take a step back and try to mentally envision the situation from a different perspective. It's not easy to do, but some of us do it. Sometimes we do it by using the third person language. I can talk about myself in the third person. When Igor did this, he or she did this. He felt that he was, and that right away puts you in a different perspective. It's like in a movie, you're like taking a different view angle to the scene. So we decided to test this, and we had exactly the same type of situation. It's either your personal story, it's somebody else's story. But here we manipulate the type of vantage point that you take on it by using naturally the language that you would need to engage in when you're writing about the story. And it's either you're using the first person language, first person perspective, or third person language. What would Igor do? How would he react to this? And when we did this, we destroyed this asymmetry. So we did replicate the initial finding. When you reflect on yourself in the first person, you are showing less wisdom, so scores are much lower than if you reflect on somebody else who is doing it in the third person, which is natural. I don't know about Morocco, but at least in Canada, in the United States, and in Germany, and in Ukraine, it would be natural. But look at this. If you do the same thing, and it's about you, but you take this third person language, that completely changes your tendencies. Instead of not engaging, you suddenly start engaging in perspective taking. You recognize limits of your knowledge. You're more willing to compromise. So we found this in various contexts, actually. We found this for both hypothetical stories about trust and betrayal and personal interpersonal conflict. So like people reflect on something that just happened to them last week or so, and where they still have strong emotions, and depending on the perspective they take, they may or may not be engaging in greater wisdom. So I just want to briefly mention what the implication of this is, and then we open up for questions. So one thing that I found interesting is, people ask me, so is that the path to wisdom? Is it just like, I'll just talk about myself in the third person and that's it? Just do it once in the lab and then that's it? Be like, it's not that easy, because you kind of need to figure out how to habitually do it. And one way I thought about this is, this was inspired to some extent by this quote by Marcel Proust. Some of you may know him, a famous French novelist from the 19th century, where he said that we do not receive wisdom, we must discover it for ourselves after a journey through the wilderness, which no one can make for us, which no one can spare us for. Wisdom is the point of view from which at last we come to view the world. Very poetic. I'm sure it's even more poetic in French. Apologies, my French is not as good. Otherwise, I would potentially say it in French. But what's really interesting and what's really bugging me about it is, like, he said, like, nobody can make you wiser. Nobody can teach you how to be wiser. You have to do it by yourself. I was like, well, wait a second. What about all those self-help books at airports and everywhere? All those gurus who tell you how to become a better person. Are they all wrong? Well, probably they are. I mean, that's all those fake gurus are probably wrong. But maybe what he means is something else. What she means is that you need to bring the experience to the people, make it such that they would be able to fuse whatever the strategies or the tools are that you want to give them to the context that matters to them personally in their lives. Which is very different from just like, give people a bunch of situations, say, okay, if you experience this, do this, because like good luck them applying it to their actual life in the actual context that they live in. And I thought, like, well, that's interesting. Well, maybe you can test that. And so, look, what if you take this exercise of writing in the third person, and instead of, or in the first person, and instead of doing it in the lab, I'll ask you to write about whatever is most important to you every day, positive or negative. It doesn't have to be a conflict, doesn't have to be a trust betrayal, just whatever happens to you. And you do it every day for a period of a month. And I will look at your responses before and after this. So it's a very long study. I don't recommend it to people. So it's obviously not something that I would want to do for fun. But it was very important for us to do this. And essentially what we did was we asked people indeed to write something about the most meaningful daily event from this kind of third person or first person perspective. And then we looked before and after they engaged in this month-long writing exercise to what extent were they engaging in wise reasoning and this metacognitive features when they reflected on another conflict that happened before and another conflict, because conflicts don't disappear. They still happen. And another conflict that happens after this month-long training. And we looked at like how likely are they to show intellectual humility in their writing, perspective take, and so on. And what we found is like there's no difference before. If you look at this there's no difference between the control and the training. But there was a strong, and not huge, but very small, but significant difference between the control and training after the intervention. And if you want to break this down into the individual components, is what we see is that it doesn't only happen for perspective taking, where you would expect that, people after writing in the third person for a month, maybe they're more likely to consider different perspectives more. But we also see it for humility, recognizing limits of your knowledge, intellectual humility, as well as the more social components involving seeking compromise and conflict resolution. So I find this kind of promising and suggest that if you pay attention to the context and learn from it, what are the features of the context, you may figure out what are the features that can help you be a wiser self, even though they're not inside of you, but they are in the situation that you often find yourself in. Okay, I probably want to stop here. So let me briefly summarize what I just said, and then we open for questions. So I said that wisdom benefits from conceptual clarity because, like many concepts in social sciences and psychology, we often confuse different things and label the same things, use the same labels for different concepts, or use different labels for the same concept. And I think for wisdom, we need to do it better. Here, through this intellectual exercise of a convergence with various scholars, we found that common to most definitions of wisdom is focused on metacognition, intellectual humility, perspective taking, open-mindedness to change, balance of different perspectives, but not only those, but like in general, this flavor of metacognitive processes. I also showed you that engaging in this metacognitive process is consequential for your willingness to cooperate with others, solve intergroup conflicts, and other forms of prosocial behavior, including donations and volunteering. And finally, I talked to you about various roles, how context, either intercultural context, intergroup context, and context that you find yourself in different situations in your life, can either push or pull you away from showing wisdom in your judgment. And what's really important for me also is that if you think about it, and this is one of the implications of this work, is that if you think about it, that wisdom varies so substantially across contexts, we need to pay attention to it also when we measure it, because it will not be enough to just measure it once, because what if in another context you will not show it? So that requires different types of measuring approaches, and my lab has been working on that over the course of the last decade to identify new measures. So if you're interested in measurement, we can talk about that as well. Well, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Igor. I think that I should say that I have some trouble containing my emotions because I'm literally in front of my personal scientific heroes since I started getting interested in wisdom a few years ago. So thank you for giving us, all of us. I think the same case is with my students and peers while listening to us. And I'm actually wearing many hats today. I'm basically a student and a researcher and a trainer and educator and above all a parent. So let me unveil some of my agenda and start by addressing the I should say first that I got a little bit mitigated feeling listening to you and to the output of of science, because I've got some good news and some bad news. The good news is that there is no strong relationship between being smart, intelligent, and being wise, which is quite reassuring for people who are not that smart, like me. And the bad news is about you deflated a little bit on my pretension about the possibility of training people to get wise. And this is science, and we should look at the reality to the face. I would like to think about, to invite you to think about wisdom from a lifespan perspective. There are specific types of experience that would more likely lead to wisdom than other type of experience. I'm thinking especially about hardship, because we tend to think that hardship foster or lead to more wisdom. I'm talking about aging or any other type of intense experience.
Yeah, well, thank you, first of all, Saif. And I'm sorry that I deflated some of your excitement after presenting the science, but that's, I guess, the goal of the science, to revise our expectations sometimes and bring in the needed intellectual humility to the table. I think the question about aging and lifespan experiences is a very important one, because a lot of psychologists who study wisdom naturally gravitate towards the topics of aging. In fact, I think most of my colleagues who started to study wisdom in psychology started by looking at it in older adults, and myself including. I've written some papers about it. My perspective on it is twofold. I think there is definitely something to be said about experiences and being able to say that, oh, I see a pattern. I've been through this before. I will not be as eager to engage in it as I used to, because that didn't work out in the past. And maybe I should just approach it in a calmer way. I know how this will probably pan out. I already have a pattern. I know how it will potentially go. Here are the three different alternatives. And, this is the idea, but a lot of people who study expertise are after. So that the experts, they have a better understanding of the templates, and they don't even have to reflect that much on them. They would very quickly be able to generate the impulsively almost gut feeling how they should react, and the templates that they have are often right. Okay, so that's like potentially a good news. Here's the bad news about that. Number one, in the context of wisdom, we actually have not a single study that has looked at the relationship of wisdom and aging over time. Almost all studies that use good measures, that don't rely on some kind of abstract self-reports about how wise are you or how good are you at perspective taking, which I have horrible issues with. I don't find that that's a convincing, a compelling way to get at your metacognition or your morals. I can't ask you, are you a good human being? Who would say no? Only maybe a clinically, suicidal person. Most people believe that they're good in some odd way. And most people would probably endorse that, humility is good, perspective taking is good. So if you ask him that abstractly, I don't think you'll get much variability, and also you will not get much accuracy, because people most of the time don't even think about those terms. I digress. What I mean to say is that outside of that, there's no work that actually has looked at people over time, over a long time period, and looking at their metacognitive processing. And because there's no such work, and the only work that exists, you just take older adults and you take younger adults, and the findings are very, very mixed. And if anything, if you put it together, it suggests that there's a big zero in terms of the relationship between wisdom and aging. But here's a problem with that. First of all, you put in things together that you shouldn't be putting together because definitions of wisdom may have a lot in common, but the exact mechanism, how people measure it, varies. And not everybody looks at actual metacognition. Some people, as I said, look at those abstract self-reports. And on abstract self-reports, you can gather beliefs, and people may believe that they became wiser, even if they didn't actually. Number two, when you look at this age differences instead of age change over time, you don't really know if the differences are due to experience or if they're due to people from different cultural contexts. Because obviously people who grew up in the, let's say, were born in the 50s and 60s, grew up in a very different culture than the current generation. So maybe it has nothing to do with aging, and it has a lot to do with culture that they were born in. The values may have changed. I mean, that's true for Morocco at least as much as it's true for Canada, Germany, Russia, Australia. In all of the countries, we don't only have static cultural differences, but we also have change. And consequently, if you sample people from different time periods, you end up conflating the culture or cultural change with some kind of aging. So for me, it's very, very hard to address the question because, as I said, like we don't really have, the only way to address it is actually take the same people and follow them over time, over a long, long time period, and maybe 10, 20 years later, look at them again and see if they have changed in their metacognitive responses. So my lab started doing something like that, like just looking at a year. We tracked the same group of people, large group of people, over a course of a year. And there is some variability. And there is some variability in terms of the role of what you mentioned too, adverse context. So like when you experience it, because there is this belief, and I think it's not only Abrahamic, many religions, sort of philosophies have this idea that you need to suffer and overcome some challenging experiences and adversity, and then you will learn, and then you'll get wisdom. It's true for Christianity. It's true to some extent, I think, for Islam. It's true for some forms of Buddhism. It's not true for every religious philosophy, but there is this belief. And now, if you look at the evidence, and this is both for wisdom, but also for other things, and this is work that I have done, my friend Aranda Giavekrame and his colleagues, we actually see very little effect of the so-called post-traumatic growth, where after experiencing traumatic adverse experiences, people actually change in their personality or in their metacognitive processes. We see, again, a huge zero. People are very stable. Now, people may report later on, it's like you ask them, like, did you change? Did you grow? And those who are willing to talk about the experiences in the first place, which is a huge issue because there's a bias. Those people who would be willing to talk to you may be the people who actually did grow. And those who did not grow, they just will not talk to you. So you have a sampling bias. But even if you look at how people talk about it in retrospect, they create these narratives of meaning. They create these narratives of growth. And how could they not? What should they be talking about how horrible it still is, that it really still sucks that their loved one passed away during COVID, or that they were laid off and it actually, some people do, but most people probably don't want to present themselves in that light. But when you look at actual behavior, when you look at actual metacognitive processing, not much of a change. So that's my deflated view about the role of experiences. But, I don't want to give up because I do think the experiences matter. The last wrinkle about this, though, and the reason why we may not be able to capture it just yet is because we don't have the proper tools for that. So the experiences that we accumulate are by definition not perfectly applicable to the new context that we're going to experience next. Even if what you have learned and went through maybe fundamentally profound and life shattering, and you may have grown in many aspects, whenever you encounter something again, it will be not the same context. Things have changed. And so what you may have done before, what would have potentially worked better, or you may have learned something from that thing that didn't work well, you want to apply it, but the context is slightly different. And so there's always this transfer problem. You learn something in one context, you train people to how to act, but will they be able to apply it? That's a big question.
Yes, so, I see I see it's the issue is methodological by nature. So when we try to study things scientifically, it's all about measuring what should be measured objectively, and this is not possible at least in the present. I have a bunch of substantive questions addressing this wicked problem of wisdom and wisdom training and learning. And I prefer to start with one particular question because it addresses you and your motivation. I know that behind every research, there is a me search, I suppose. And it's coming from one of my peers, Mr. Mohammed Amin Noor. He says, what's your motivation to study wisdom? And what do you hope to offer to society by those studies?
Oh, that's a very deep question, Senor Amin Anur. I'm a huge believer in serendipity, and that not everything, like in many aspects of life, there is something like a second law of thermodynamics, where you have one force, you have the yin and you have the yang, you have a creation, you have a destruction. And I think the destruction is very natural, and we have to be aware of it. And what I mean by that is that humans have a tendency to plan, and that's partially what this metacognition, that's how metacognition probably evolved. Those who were able to plan better survived. And we have a tendency to plan, but we can't really plan all the time. And sometimes there is serendipity and uncertainty. In my particular case, I did not come to the research on wisdom because I had either some kind of an enlightened experience, or I felt like I was missing something in my life. Now, I can create that narrative very easily. I went through traumatic experiences in my life too. My mother passed away from cancer. She was suffering for half a decade. I couldn't walk for years. I lived through the time of great societal unrest and economic collapse, of including change in world values and everything in Eastern Europe in 89 and 1991. So I could make those stories, but that's not what happened. What actually happened is that I wanted to study cultural diversity. I went to the university that I thought is one of the premier places for studying cultural diversity. And the person whom I wanted to do my doctoral degree with, I said, have you heard something about wisdom and aging? What do you think about that topic? And I took it with me, and one thing led to another. And I was a social psychologist who had who grew up in Germany, so I had some affinity to Germany. I knew other researchers, a lot of researchers on wisdom until that point were from Germany. So I connected to them. But then I quickly realized that as an experimental social psychologist, the methods that they were using were inadequate. And they also didn't really pay attention to the measurements. And so one thing led to another, and I developed this intellectual curiosity in the topic. But I did not come to this because I wanted to become wiser, or maybe I'm just suppressing it. Maybe like psychoanalysts would say that I probably suppressed this. But my motivation was really to help the scientific community to develop better measures, to bring in the experimental method to the study of wisdom. And then, of course, then one thing leads to another, and you started doing research on this topic, and you realize how the world is on fire, and how countries to get to wars with each other, climate change, political polarization in the United States, immigration issues, migration issues in Europe and elsewhere, racism and xenophobia in different parts of the world. And you start thinking, what can I do as a psychologist who apparently studies wisdom? Can I do something? And so, of course, that motivates me and continues motivating me now. But that's not where I start, just to clarify.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate how humble and free your mind is, because you're embodying what you preach in terms of intellectual humility and trying to escape this bias of creating post hoc and prop hoc and narratives out of a chaotic and events. I don't know how familiar you are with our Moroccan culture, but we are quite very spiritual. Spirituality and religion occupies a great part in our lives, either individually and collectively. And I would like to ask you about what science can tell us between the relationship between religiosity, spirituality, and any related practice like mindfulness and contemplative practices and wisdom enhancement.
Well, science can say some things. I mean, I think like there's some issues with the bias that some of my scientist friends have who study those topics, because often there's just, you start with the belief that mindfulness is good. And let me show how mindfulness is good. And so you just look at that and you don't disregard to it. It's like, no findings. Actually, the evidence of mindfulness therapies don't really work. So I can talk a little bit about that. I'm not studying religiosity. Of course, religious experiences, what I know, I've been involved in a few projects, but it's not my specialty. Religious experiences can be transformative, and in part because of this kind of different vantage point on issues, different experiential perspectives that you may have. In North America, I don't know about what would be an equivalent in the Arab world or in Morocco in particular. But in North America, you have this thing. You have these bands, and one of them that you would put on your arm, like friendship bands. Like the kids do that. And there are some that have like labels, and one of them is like, "What would Jesus do?" And in some ways, this kind of "what would Jesus do" is like an equivalent of self-distancing manipulation. It's like you find some kind of a person that you admire, a religious person in this particular case, and you try to take their perspective as an exercise in getting a wiser judgment. So I think, like in some ways, this is very sort of baby niche type of thing that I'm describing, but it's a baby step in the direction of uncovering how some of the religious practice of praying, for instance, or engaging in some transformative activity can change your vantage point. Not necessarily just visually a vantage point, but really experiential, so that you start appreciating and approaching things from different perspectives. So I think that probably does work. I mean, mindfulness is tricky. So like mindfulness, for instance, what's really interesting about mindfulness, and I've written some papers about it, is that in North America, the concept of mindfulness has been corrupted to some extent, where the measures of mindfulness actually not getting at what they're supposed to be measuring anymore. Mindfulness is supposed to be both about looking at things from different vantage points and engaging. It's like accepting, being aware and accepting the challenging experiences. In part as a way to sort of like then work through them. And it's supposed to be about focusing on the negative and the adverse. But it somehow became this whole industry where, at least partially, where the idea is more about disengaging and suppressing the negative, where a lot of the mindfulness coaching in organizations and in business is oriented towards making people focus less on themselves, on their negative things, and instead of that, just focusing on the positive and don't think about the rest. And that's obviously not quite the approach that the idea of mindfulness and this kind of that comes from contemplative traditions, various religions, is about. It's supposed to be about engaging. It's supposed to be about actually engaging in this metacognitive process. We actually have some evidence to that the engagement in mindfulness is related to these features of wisdom that we're talking about here. That's the extent that I can tell you, but I mean, I'm not really an expert on religion. I do think there's quite a bit more work that needs to be done on this topic. But for me, the notion of transformative experience and sort of looking at yourself and where you are and what role you play in the society, in your understanding of the world, in your sort of like personal epistemology, there's something to be said about that. And I think that's present in a wide range of religious traditions.
Okay, we have, in our culture, we have a kind of common belief that better to be full and happy than to be wise and miserable. So This is why I want to challenge this point of view by asking you whether there is a kind of positive relationship between wisdom and happiness.
Yeah, so there is some. But what do we mean by happiness, right? Like, do we talk about it in terms of your relationships with other people? Or are we talking about in terms of like, I'm just this fool who is just like, my belly is full, I have enough to eat, and I have pleasures in my life, and I have riches that make me feel great about myself? No, like I think a lot of cultural religious traditions would probably think that that's not quite the path to live in life. Just those the hedonism, even hedonists like as Epicurean tradition and philosophy is not quite about that. That's like a modern interpretation of Epicurus. But the idea of pure hedonic pleasure, whether wisdom would be related to that, I'm not entirely sure, and whether it's something that we should aspire. But I remember I told you at the very beginning, I'm not that philosopher who can tell you what is the abstract ideal to live a good life. So you asking me a question about that. To some extent, this very simple proverb that you just described is actually very deep about what is it that we need, what is it that we want. Realization of seeing through the truth. Do we sometimes want this self-deception, especially when or deception towards friends? I mentioned that earlier, that sometimes you need to tell a white lie to a friend to maintain the friendship. You cannot really say everything to everybody, and I think it's especially true in high honor cultures like Morocco, where sometimes you need to keep your mouth shut because otherwise you will insult somebody. And that obviously violates some moral principles, but it satisfies some others. So I think, I guess I deflected a little bit your question, but empirically, the evidence that these forms of metacognition are related to just subjective well-being, which is what psychologists mean when they talk about this kind of feeling good, being satisfied with yourself. There is a relationship, it's positive, but it's pretty small. I think there's much more of an interpersonal well-being component, namely your relationships with others. How much do you think you can trust others? How much support do you believe you get? And I do believe, like, this is my philosophical tradition, my philosophical belief now. This is the caveat. But that's
your Demonian vision of life. And now, is there any relationship? Can we just put wisdom education in the same bundle with character education? So we can talk about education for character. Why we are so cautious, even refraining from talking about education for wisdom?
Well, I don't think necessarily that we are too cautious about it. It's just like the concept in a classic Aristotelian tradition, and that sort of the Western scholars took on, and then obviously, the Western paradigms have been dominating, from colonizing the educational traditions throughout the world, be it in Morocco because of the French influence, or in Germany because of the American influence, or some other parts of the world. But what I'm trying to say is, like, there in this kind of like Western-inspired tradition, you go away from where at the beginning there was a philosophy, and then it encompassed everything. And philosophia means literally the love of wisdom, but that included all other disciplines. But then we started splintering them, and you have this hyper specialization into different disciplines. And so what we do see in the 20th century and 21st century now, that we have a specialization and training for particular disciplines, but we don't have a training for this kind of larger thing, namely wisdom. I mean, if you look at, of course, at the writings even of Benjamin Franklin, who had an educational angle to him, he was emphasizing that we need to educate for wisdom. Now, I think we do find it in some ways, it just doesn't use that language. And that's exactly what this jingle fallacy is, where people use different language in different subfields. In education, you talk about critical thinking, for instance, at least in Western education. A lot of talk about critical thinking. Not much done in terms of actually teaching critical thinking, but talking, that happens. There's a lot of talk about critical thinking. It's a good thing. And what that means actually is literally the same type of cognitive processes that we talk about when we talk about wisdom. So I think the focus is there. Whether it's successful, I don't think it's successful. And the reason it can be successful in the current educational system is because in this Western tradition, especially after the Second World War, there's always the focus on educating for, you want to accomplish certain goals. Schools compare each other. You as a parent want to know if it's a good school or it's the best school. Will this school allow me to send my kid to the university or not? And so there's this kind of horse race for getting better grades, so that students can then get past the admission tests to go to the best universities and so on and so forth. So the focus is much more on outcomes. And outcomes that are quantifiable. And it's very hard to quantify critical thinking capacities, especially in the context of wisdom, because until very recently, we didn't even have proper psychometric tools to measure it. And so consequently, they are not making it part of that curriculum that you need to pass compared to, let's say, math, calculus, physics, or like the basic language abilities, either be it in French, in Arabic, or in English. So I mean, that's my take on it. But I think in terms of like general emphasis, like whether it's good, we do have it, to just use different language for it.
Thank you. Before engaging the landing process, I would like to come back to a technical, rather technical question. It's about the tools and approach to foster wisdom, third person perspective, Eliasm, and this cloud riding, etc. It's about regulating and giving ourselves the possibility of metacognition. But wisdom is not only about cognition, it's about emotion. And I have a question coming from Wafat. She's asking about how this third person perspective can help us regulate our feeling, because the great the trouble we have, it's about feeling. I know what to do, but I don't feel like doing it.
Right. So it's about self-control and self-regulation. So I mean, that's a good question. First, to clarify, metacognition is a weird term in the sense that it has the cognition part in it, but it's not about cognition. And I think I tried to emphasize that several times in the talk, but let me reiterate again. Metacognition is the process, is like a regulator, a thermostat that regulates your cognitive, affective, and goal pursuit related processes. Which means it's not only involved in cognitive processing, it involves in the emotional processing as well. Metacognitive features that I describe here, that uncovered here through the Wisdom Task Force that we had they, as it turns out, play the central role for emotion regulation. If you look at the clinical practice, cognitive behavioral therapy, for instance, mindfulness-oriented therapies, or emotion-focused therapies, at the core of each of those therapies is nothing else than the same metacognitive process. The way how they will be presented, the language that will be used will be somewhat different. But at the end, it's all about taking different vantage points, considering whether your knowledge is different from knowledge, your current experience is different from other experiences, realizing the capacity for experiencing things differently, and willing to compromise that what your current experience is may not necessarily be the right one. So those things that are at the core, like, I mean, you may, some of you may know the work of James Gross, who is a fantastic emotion researcher from Stanford, and who's done quite a bit of research on emotion regulation. James is talking about the concept of cognitive reappraisal. It's cognitive, but it's actually not cognitive. It's meta cognitive. It's about how you change your experiences through reflection or through some other means. And at the core of them is exactly the same set of tools. And so I don't think it's necessarily, it's not just like cognition versus emotion, because in most situations they work hand in hand. Sometimes in antagonistic, those hands are like, beating each other, and sometimes they work together. And also, like, when we talk about emotions, it's not entirely clear what exactly do we mean. Sometimes we talk about just down-regulating, not feeling something. And there's this belief, and it's, by the way, a very rational belief, rationalist belief, like it comes from this Enlightenment tradition in Western Europe. I think some of it was also present in some Arabic writing, but not as much, actually. How does it go? Well, this Enlightenment idea is that essentially, if you would just not to feel things, and to be rational in that sense, like this very naive version of rationality where you just don't feel anything, then it will work out. Then you will pursue. You know what's better for you. We'll just do this. It's just this temptation in front of you, this piece of cake that it's very juicy and delicious, and you want to eat it instead of actually pursuing your goal of staying fit and so on and so forth. If only you didn't have that temptation, if I were to like somehow buzz it out of my head, of my brain. Yeah. But that's a very silly idea, because that's not how emotions work. Emotions are not only about up and down regulating. That's, of course, is one dimension, namely the intensity dimension. But we have many other dimensions. And so it turns out that when we look at complexity and richness of your emotional experience, so for instance, you can say either up and down, right? But it's all kind of along one dimension. Or you can have some kind of very rich understanding, where in some situations you would be reporting anger, in other situations you'll be reporting sadness, or even in the same situation you might recognize you're not just angry, but you're also a little bit of sad, you're also a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And the more you recognize the emotional experiences that you have, the more likely you're actually to engage in the metacognitive process that I'm talking about here. So that's another piece to it. So like we find that, for instance, the metacognition is also related to diversity of your emotional experiences, even though it does not necessarily just down-regulate the intensity of your emotional experiences.
Okay, I see. You talked about therapy, and I would like to take your feedback about, is there any chance that we can draw from some therapeutic tradition like the ACT, acceptance of commitment therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy, to implement some techniques to help people to get wiser, treating stupidity, if I would say, like a kind of dysfunction?
Oh, it's interesting. I don't know what I would say to that, because I'm not a therapist. I mean, you would have to ask Joseph Chiarocci or my other colleagues who are therapists who wrote co-developed the ACT and others. He believes, for instance, that you can use ACT to instill wisdom in people. But how exactly that would look in practice, I really just don't know, because it's not necessarily my field.
Because it's part of my wishful thinking, because I dream of a kind of informed practitioner who are coaches or counselor or whatsoever, who can who are able to help people to get to instill more wisdom in their lives. And this is my dream, and this is our project, if I can say. And I would like to get your feedback about if it's realistic as expectation.
Well, potentially. I mean, I think in many therapists, I mean, again, like this is just me speculating, because it's not really my field, but my very holistic impression of this is that a lot of therapeutic traditions, not all of them, but a lot of therapeutic traditions, be it like very sort of structured like CBT, or then sort of more experience focused or act related sort of therapy. In many ways, they are trying to make you more aware of your present context and how it will be potentially different from the other contexts that you'll be encountering in the future, and prepare you for other situations that you may find uncomfortable right now, and so on and so forth. I think those therapeutic traditions probably, at least in the spirit, have a lot in common with the attempt to sort of highlight the metacognitive features that we're talking about here. But that's the extent that I can tell. Like, I think there's much more work that needs to be done. For instance, like even if you think about the therapeutic interventions, the work that needs to be done with randomized control trials of effectiveness of various therapies, even for effectiveness for clinical practice, is really still in the infancy, because the samples are very, very small. It's very hard to get a lot of clinical samples, a lot of participants in clinical studies, because there's just limitation of how many people are willing to participate in such studies, and consequently, right now I'm not even sure how effective some of those therapies are, because like in post hoc they may seem effective, according to a therapist they may seem effective, but are they actually introducing the changes? I just don't know yet, and I think that's a big question there. So, for instance, the study, like the intervention study with third-person writing, we had over 400 people in there, and the effect was not big. So, what would happen if you have only 20 people? And most clinical studies that look at interventions have like 20 to 50 people. They may find an effect just by chance, or they may find an effect where there is no effect whatsoever. And I think so we need much more work on that. But that's the extent I can say, because it's not really my subdiscipline.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your clarity. Let me stick to my wishful thinking, and this time as a parent. Is there anything I can do in my parenting style to help my kids to develop wisdom and to be at least more wiser than me and their mother?
That's a good question. I'm not a parent, so like, I mean, what would I do? What would I recommend? Like, if I were a parent, I think like any perspective-taking exercises are good. Narrative exercises, the form of probably reading literature that would be evolving, that would immerse people in the stories, transport them to other places, is a great thing. Writing a foreign language, potentially, learning a foreign language so that they can write to somebody and connect to somebody at other parts of the world, to develop a sense of shared humanity, which is, I think, very, very important. Because, by the way, like I talked about how metacognition leads to this moral principles, but the opposite is true as well. The more likely you are to be aware of moral concerns, such as shared humanity, such as pursuit of truth, such as some general sense of importance of in-group cooperation, the more likely you are to engage in metacognitive process as well. So it's like a bi-directional relationship. Yeah, like this type of practical things. I mean, I think if you're a parent and you have just one child, make sure that there's another one so they can fight with each other and figure out how to solve conflicts.
That's the case. I have three, so. Thank you. One last question, and this time coming from my teacher stance. I teach management and economics, and I'm all the time raising question about how useful this teaching is for my students to make them able to behave and act wisely once in the job market. So is there any advice you can give to me to help me embed my teaching with wisdom on something like that?
So, what exactly are you looking for? What exactly do you mean by that?
I'm teaching human resource management, for example. I have some colleagues who are teaching marketing, etc. And we are teaching, based on rationality, based on evidence-based techniques and concepts, etc. That creates the illusion that all what we need is to know the right answer in order to get things done. I feel that it's not enough because it lacks contextual, it lacks morality, it lacks responsibility, and many additional features.
I think like one thing that you that is very important to learn to counter some of this kind of false confidence is to create situations in which there are no clear-cut solutions and work towards those ill-defined wicked problems and see how people go through and share their sort of like the process through which they go through. Another thing that's potentially could be important is to bring them to the limits where they will fail and give a project where just by default they'll have to fail. And they have, and how will they be willing to acknowledge that? Will they be willing to acknowledge that in the first place? And then discuss that. I think the most important part about that would be a debriefing instead of the actual. You can look at what do they do to still somehow wing it, but it's really the debriefing that you probably would be after to see them recognizing the importance of this kind of fallibility and their limitations. I think those would be the two steps. I think like generally the balance between the rational and the kind of more case-based. So you have on the one hand sort of like more solution-oriented, algorithmic type of approach that you just talked about, but on the other hand, sort of more case-specific examples that vary, that show the variability, how one situation that may be benefiting in one context may actually backfire in another context, and figuring out be making them more sensitive to the variability and this context sensitivity so that they will be trained to pay attention to the features of the situation rather than figuring out the template and the sort of heuristic that they're using for solving the problem. That would be another thing that I think of that would come from this kind of wisdom work.
Thank you. One last thing, and this time it's not a question, it's an answer. You said that if whether we are ready to work on measurement tools or anything can be rooted in our cultural specific context, the answer is yes. We have an armada of researchers, of young researchers who are ready to cooperate within a possible setup to come up with cultural grounded tools. So we can count on us as your team, part of your team, if you want any work, any measurement or scientific project development within our culture. That's my promise. And
thank you so much.
It's okay for me. If it's up to me, I would stay. Pull on the nighter with Mr. I don't want to hold him more than that.
Well, you did a great job, actually, because I was quite tired after a long day of teaching at the university. So my voice went out, and you see me yawning But I was really, you got my attention on this lot of subject, and actually it's really triggering what you said when it comes to how we need to teach wisdom. Basically, we do what I do in my class, it's the mostly cases, and some specific cases. When I told them most of the time, you should be very happy today analyzing these cases and taking those armchair decisions because you're not in the context actually. But most of the time, after when they finish giving all the decisions, because they're all obsessed about what my friend said concerning being very analytical, it's give them this above-hand control things, but I tell them at the end, well, this is actually what the decision is all about, and sometimes it's really different. So, well, thank you very much for what you said to us, and really, I learned a lot, and I'm not too much into wisdom as my friend. That's why he was super excited, super overwhelmed, and we could not stop him because he unleashed the beast inside him, the wise beast. But thank you very much. I don't know, this is what I have to say, Dr. Saif, Dr. Igor. Thank you for being here tonight for us. And I really reassure you that the invitation is open because we work different universities. So if you would like, we have various people that are willing, hardworking people, they're willing to work, to cooperate with you. So feel free to, when you come to Morocco, we can talk to us.
Let's talk about it when I'm there. Yeah, I would love to.
We do when pleasure meet business this time.
Sounds great.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, and have a good day. Thank you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.